I think we have some bad news. We have some bad news for today, which is kind of sad, but it happens. Things are the way that it is. Everything is kind of broken, which is fine. It's fine. I've seen that before. But yeah, everything is kind of broken, which is kind of sad. I have received a message on LinkedIn that I haven't replied to, and I kind of need to, but I'm tired. So I might reply to that later. I don't know. We'll see. Nonetheless, we have some very bad news. And we will wait a tad before announcing the bad news. But yeah, that's where we are right now. But yeah, other than that, we have like some good news though. That's things happen still in the good territory. We've been having the outage as everyone else for internet and other things. So, for example, here my Duolingo streak is kind of broken based on the fact that I can't take the quiz for today. It's currently in maintenance, so that's broken. We'll see what we can do. But today's experiment has been the addition of a new feature inside of the perfume detail view, which is right here. And so if you go into your detail, and I talked about that before. I talked about that last month, I think. Um, Cybersec, hi, work on it. That's broken. That's sad. How are you? How's the day going? Um, so now you have this thing at the bottom that is basically a recap, I would say, a day recap. And I'm doing that at any stages that are like different days. So if you change the bottle level at some point, right, you have something which is a recap. That makes no sense, but that's fine. This one I had like mixed feeling about this one specifically. And the reason for that is because the entries that I have in my timeline, I now have not really my vibe and just a G, because, well, that's just how I test things, so that's not really good. But I'm trying to add this and, um, make sure that we have some kind of recaps on everything that happens on each of the perfumes one by one. So I think this is going to be pretty useful. And then underneath that, you have the experience summary, which is going to be something that I'm going to add um, further up in a way. So my goal is to say, if you have that perfume that you have tested once, like right here, for example, this is a test section, that can be condensed and be basically included in the recap, the day recap. Then you have a second wear, which is your last wear, and that is the last important wear thing. So I'm planning, I don't know if that's going to happen, but I'm planning on stacking the previous experiences and the last experience to be the most prominent thing, because that's the last time something happened, and then having the experience summary underneath. And so that's the thing that I'm working on, or have been working on today, which is the entirety of the native natural language processing that is like Apple based things, which I think is pretty good. The fact that it's like since iOS 12 is a good thing. that that took a while for me to just bring it on the app, but I wanted to implement this. So basically what it does is it gives me the ability to just check the language that is in each of the entries, and then tokenize to have like word, sentences, or paragraph, and then just output um, things. So it helps me to get like a sentiment analysis based on the entirety of what the person has written. So that's also going to be pretty useful for like the personal charts, the things that are currently in the profile section. I kind of want to have stuff specifically here that are more related to what the user has. And so if I could, that's probably going to take a while and also a lot of resources to put in place. But having that section be a real reflection on every journaling entry, I feel like that's a potential pretty good thing. So thinking about that. But yeah, all the natural language processing is something that I wanted to implement in the first place to make sure that we have something that is stable and also that can just recognize, oh, user said it's good, or it's okay, or it feels wrong, or it smells like something else. So I don't know, just having fun with this. Um, and yeah, that's pretty good. I don't think I have added anything else today. Most of it is just like that experience summary and the overall like day recap. It's not great, to be honest. I'm not the biggest fan of the emojis usage. It's working, like emojis are fine. These are things that you can have in the app for sure, but it's also feeling wrong and not necessarily the best option. So we'll see if I'll be able to do anything about it. But yeah, that's where we are today, which is pretty overall pretty good. Good progress so far. Some seemingly glitching things that have been fixed as well, which is really useful. And yeah, most of the time today, specifically in the morning, was to read um, all of that. Yeah, exactly. It's it, emojis when we started, like in one of our previous apps, regarding, goddamn, which one was it? Um, I mean, there has been a time in 2013, 2014 where having emojis in your app made it feel more premium, more hyped, more up to date and friendly and so on. And now it feels dated and cheap because I mean, as designers, we all recognize that like the emojis in the beginning were a cheap way for us to just have colors and kind of fun stuff inside of your interface rather than having anything else. So, eh, I still feel like if I go into, not there, if I go into um my color test, because that's going to be my easiest thing for the presentation. But if I get something like that, no, not that. um mm, that's not gonna work if I do that, bitch. If I have some stuff like this in the code, right, that is just uh let's do, I think I need to stop typing for this thing to render, so I'm gonna give it a second so that it can fucking render, and then we can talk about it. Obviously, it fails. That's the thing that I did on the travel app. I had something, added something at the beginning with an emoji, but like if I just have the emoji like this, it does feel cheap. However, if um I do this instead and we have the emoji as a sticker, it somehow just make it much better. And even though it's not like the best option, um, it still works better than if I just had the emoji itself. So, eh, you know, it could work if I just add these emojis as stickers instead of just how they are right now. And then on top of that, as my usual, if I have my rotation offset or rotational effect at like 5 degrees or 4 degrees, depending, something that is viable and random per rendering, you end up with a real sticker. So that's a good thing ish. The other thing is if you have like, let me do. Can I just type, bitch? I can't type. I can't type. If I have a Z stack instead, and I'm just adding a background. No. Just adding a background color of white, and then let's just have a frame of 100 by 100 so that we have like the whole thing. Because it has the shadow behind, like it it gives you a sticker effect. And so you can do that. I know that I could potentially just also have a secondary sticker on top of this with a width of like 1 or something that would basically just add a secondary line around the element. Like right now it's broken, but yeah, it could work. So these are options, and it's it's viable, but it's not like necessarily the best option to get the emojis to work on this thing. And the output that we have right now, god damn, I forgot that I did that like a dummy. uh, um, where you at? Uh, obviously. I forgot the name. Um, I mean, it's in the day recap, but it's not necessarily the day recap. It's fine. It's gonna work. Um, so if I have them as stickers, it could make it better, but also like specifically when you have them like this, which is probably gonna happen at some point, unless I'm doing a stacking effect, which will happen as well, um, for like the previous days. The thing that I'm seeing most of the time, and specifically for me in my current collection, is that even though I don't have not much, but I don't have much compared to other perfume people. I have like under 100 perfumes, which is a lot compared to most people, but not a lot compared to most enthusiasts. And so, with that in mind, most people in the app will probably have each and every one of their perfume be in a status of wearing one time or wearing twice. Maybe one of them would be like worn 8 times this month or something, like really, really small in terms of the amount of entries that you have in your journaling section. So you wouldn't necessarily have like too much to display. So that's the thing that I'm like, I don't know. It might be. Eh, yeah, that's what it is. I don't know. Eh, like that's not good. It's not bad, but it's not good either. Specifically in dark mode, like it stands out too much. It feels like I need to do something similar to what I've done for the prices. That's not gonna work today, apparently. I see. Are you certain you want a break? That works better. The thing that I've done on this one, which obviously is not necessarily going to work right here, but that sticker or that section that is overlapping something, I feel like could potentially work better for what it's supposed to be. And same thing here. Like again, I've used these emojis as stickers often in the past, so that could be an option. I need to go back to this app and work on this because it's good. No other reasons. It's good. So, if I can just come back to this and work on it a bit, it would be appreciated. Uh, but yeah, I don't know. I'm debating still. Still happens. Stony, hi,
Stony
welcome in.
underscore Eagle just resubscribed for 43 months. Shut up and take my money, AAOA cash.
43. 43. God damn. Welcome in, welcome back. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. God damn, that's a long time. That is a long time. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. I agree. I agree. So yeah, that's the main news. I feel like it's pretty good. I feel like the simplicity of how it works is a good thing. But it also like overall my issues is the NLP, the natural language processing system, doesn't really understand language as well as it could. I would say that's the main point. Where if you take an LLM instead, you end up with something that is better in the understanding part of things. But since I don't want to have any AI related stuff, AI related um, features in here, I'm just using language processing because that's something that is AI less. It's not good. So I might have to, at some point, to get something that is more natural and understandable and so on, but that would also imply potentially changing the schema of the perfumes. So I don't know. I'm debating, but that's a good start at least. God, 220 is a lot as well. 220 is a lot as well. Appreciate it. The issue I've seen today is basically in some of these things in the experience summary that we have, it doesn't really count the wears and the test days properly just yet. It's almost there, but it's not there yet. So there are stuff that just don't make sense, and then these badges don't make any sense. Like that design is really bad. That's all I can tell. The design itself is really, really bad, and it could be much better, and it's not, and that pissed me off. And it's fine, I can work on that. Same thing as these things. They are easy enough to just figure out. But I forgot where it is. That's the issue that I have. Um, where did I put that in the fucking... Apparently. Yeah, that's where I put it. So, In the sad news, because I said we have a very sad news to announce at the beginning of the stream. I'm sorry to announce that the neighbors decided to come back. They were on vacation for the past 2 weeks, and that was really appreciated. But they decided to come back. However, it's not the usual neighbor, it's the sister of the usual neighbor. And they come back with a child. A child. Something that is like this, that just um, scream at night and during the day, then it's not good. It is not good. So, yeah. So, yeah, less fucking. Because otherwise, I need to call some agencies. That's bad. So, no. Um, but yeah, that needs to. I mean, I don't know how long that's going to be the case. I know that because this is like the family flat, the usual. The mom, the sister, is usually the sister is living here all year long, and so when she's not there, the other. It's really weird. It really needs to go into the the cut signal in order to reignite the thing. I see basically what I'm seeing every time, and I'm showcasing this every time. I'm just seeing that this speed is trash indeed, but also is simply um, going back to zero, and then it just goes back. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's really weird. It's really weird. It also is stable. Like that's the I don't get it. It's an OBS thing. I'm gonna say this because I always say this. macOS streaming. OBS for Mac is not the best option just yet. macOS beta software, and the fact, I mean, apparently it seems that when Xcode is running, macOS has some issues, specifically with video and sound related stuff. So, with that in mind, you know, sometimes it breaks. Sometimes it breaks. So I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, no, other than that, um, with this thing though, like as we talked about last month, no, last week probably. One of the things that is broken is if I start this with a preview, like one of the, I don't think I have it here, the simulator, in all of that, it's going into, or it's going through, um, a crackling effect. So that's no good. You're saying that you couldn't hear that? Hmm. Hmm. You're supposed to hear that. Hmm. Try again. You're supposed to go through. It is going through. Was it not going through? That's weird. I did hear it though, so I didn't change anything. That's the that's the weird part. Anyways, wrong key. So yeah, that's the current situation of things. I don't know exactly if stuff could be better. I mean, yes, I know that stuff could be better, but it's just like what makes more sense? It makes more sense to have this horizontally placed or um I see. I forgot about that one. That's bad. Holy shit. I have some issues with these things. I don't really understand why they are doing these and why they are not doing things properly, but God damn. One day it will make sense. One day it will make sense. I doubt it. Uh, I'm debating right now if the overall impression is something that is necessary to have or not. As a title, it feels like not necessarily something that, you need if it's very positive. It is your own department journaling thing, so if it wasn't there, it's a condensed version of this view. It's just like, this is my experience summary. You have 6 entries that have been analyzed. It's overall very positive. You've tested that for 2 days, and so on. You want to glitch me? You want to check if the glitch is working? I doubt it. I doubt it's a good idea. I did something different than last time, by the way, about the glitch. To make it more is not the case, but like uh, more efficient. So basically, instead of having my camera in full resolution thing, I'm making sure that I have just this camera being like rendered in 720p so that the outline is a bit fuzzy already. And it kind of works. And I feel like this is also a bit better than before because I made the dithering a bit bigger than prior instances. So we don't have that weird moire effects, which is very French, but yeah. So it happens. It happens. Um anyways. Appreciate the points. The point spending. So that's something. I feel like I feel like it's too big. That's what I said. Uh, yeah, that might be a tad faint. I don't know what else I could do that doesn't involve TTS because I don't want to have TTS. God damn it. You're already a VIP. You already have one, as far as I remember. Like you have the badge, or you had the badge, but I don't think you displayed it. That's sad. That's sad. but now you have it again. Congrats. Congrats on spending points. Appreciate it. Um, I think you would be able to have both if we had something like badge through 7 TV or something. Aren't you mod by D? Like, isn't aren't they like combined? That's weird. You lost power. That's your fault. I thought it was just for the badges, just for the tags. You know. All right. Um. Too late. You lost points. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this other than this feels out of place. And the very positive is also kind of like redundant with the emoji on the side. It feels like this is not supposed to be where it is today. So it might make more sense for me to get like the whole system to be more or less um brain brain like a card design, if that makes sense. Let me see if I can have that somewhere. Hmm. Like something like this, with your emotional mood things on the corners. I feel like not finery, but like similar to this could be another option based on the color instead of the emoji itself. Could be an option as well, specifically the green one. The issue is that we basically have three. We have um the positive, the neutral, and the negative one. So it's basically red, green, and gray. And we don't really have things that are more interesting or more cute to look at. And we could. But it also feels like if I do this, it will make an emphasis on that card specifically way more than what it needs to be. And I kind of don't want this. It's the same thing that we have in the current profile view, where this is kind of emphasized in a way that, makes it leather color, tan-ish thing. And then for the payable premium features, you have like the emphasis on the card itself, which a lot of people would say that this should be at the top, but that's already this. So, debatable. So in here, I feel like the presentation of that card is already kind of big, this one, and so it doesn't really make any sense. Um, and it could like the negative or very positive or whatever could be basically inside of the top section and just have these three options underneath, behind, or underneath like the divider. But then you have some misalignments. It's not good. It's not looking good so far. So yeah, that's the thing. I don't know yet. I don't know yet. Ah, my bad. Kenna, hi. Walk on in. You switched theme. Stony just switched theme to purple. So Steam battle, apparently. That's what happened. How are you? How's everything? How was your week? And your weekend, because it's been a week, but also it was a weekend, apparently. I don't like these. I don't like that. Maybe Kenna will come back streaming. I don't know. At some point. You never know. I have a feeling kind of thing where streamers that have streamers that have been streaming, bitch, people that have been streaming for a bit, uh, sometimes are like needing a break, and then later just stream for 2 days here and there. So yeah, it happens. It happens. Don't worry about it too much. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Yeah, that sticker effect is a good option, but it's also kind of bad. Getting tired all the time. Am I breaking again? I am. it's it's that simple. Basically, every time you see the screen, I'm coming back. Like I should record this section, which you can't see because I'm down when that happens. But yeah, it, I don't get it. I don't get it. It just happened. It just happened. I'm gonna blame Twitch for this, as always, mainly because they just announced a lot of things, and in these things there are stuff related to the quality and what the streamers can have in what they are like streaming and so on. So based on that, I'm blaming Twitch. It makes more sense. It makes so much more sense. Yeah, that's a weird thing as well. The placement of the padding plastic is basically the outer borders and not like, yeah, it's kind of bad. It's kind of bad. Mm. I don't know. I might not. I might not stick to this, even though it makes more sense. Yeah. Mhm. I don't know. This whole thing is kind of weird. It is kind of weird. Also, analyzed is analyzed with a Y? Yeah. So it's a Y as well. Interesting. Interesting. I didn't know. I didn't know. I forgot. Holy shit. That is wild. That is wild. Quick reminder for anyone that would be lurking. Appreciate you. In order for you to be counted, I would love for you to type something in the chat. You know, just the 1 hour reminder type of situation. I know it's annoying, but if you're lurking and you want to be counted and help me, just 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 drop or something. It could work. It could work. It could help. It could be good. We never know. I have an issue with these three things. I feel like it's not necessarily going to be a good rendering, and if I just have the like the numbers and the icon, it's not good enough. So there is many things that happens here where I'm like, this needs to be um very different. I feel like this H stack is not necessarily a good idea. The overall thing that we had before was an H stack for everything, but it creates some weird alignments. I have issues with this. Um, and it doesn't like really do what we want it to do. So that's the issue. Um, but yeah, based on my knowledge, I would say underscore, but I need to check. I would need a check for sure. Yeah, maybe that's enough. Technically useless, right there. Duplicating lines for no reason. That's a very me thing to do. um, the thing that pissed me off here is the fact that basically these things are currently rendered in iPhone 13 mini, which is our uh, small screen in width, which is fine. But the the rendering of this on a bigger screen is going to be kind of weird. So I'm really debating this section and how it is. Still not a dev, by the way, Stony, for everything that I'm currently writing. Still not. Still not. That's too much. That's too tight. Kind of. I could have these into, you know, um, yeah. No, again, I can write things on my own, which is already a pretty good thing. But yeah. Um, it's their poster. It's not you. Oh, that's so bad. I think I would, you know, what you're talking about is the section at the top, right? The fact that the content is underneath scrolling. Is that what you're talking about? Um, because this is a bit brutal, and I would have like an overlay or something from the top to make it make more sense. Um, like first of all, that's the thing that just jumped at me, and then the fact that the logo and the tabs are almost aligned, not exactly, but almost aligned. But then the profile isn't. Like the profile is aligned with the section, not these two. I feel like there is something kind of wrong in there, um, in terms of alignment. But that's just a detail. Um, and then you gave me this, which is interesting, but also, I mean, that's basically what I've designed. So debatable. Also, titties. Couldn't choose something else. They just titties. Of course, no question. Um, yeah, give me some more detail on what you're looking for on these because I don't see anything specific. Uh, I haven't watched that one specifically. I don't know. To be honest, I haven't very much watched anime in a long time. The only one I'm currently watching is Gachi. That's it. Um, yeah, but that's the only place that has cities. Like right now, Gachi is when, um, no, not they. Like it's just it's just titties. I mean, not really. Specifically, like the characters that just dropped last month. This one, she's just naked all the time, and that makes no sense. It's just, but then I can't complain because the creator is this girl, so it's just like fine, but also not fine, you know. Anyways, that's the only thing that I'm watching right now. Uh, the button list further down scroll. Hmm. Crano, hi. Well, go on in. I have two. It's pretty good. I feel like the manga is probably better than the anime as always, even though the animation is pretty good. There are some things in there that just um, you know, make no sense. And I'm doing something really bad this time around. So My lack of understanding is absolutely understandable. I am watching the entirety of the anime with Japanese speaking and Japanese subs. So I'm missing some things still. There are some details that I have not understood entirely, and that is probably the reason why I'm having a bit of a hard time at times to just figure out what the fuck is happening. But as always, the goal is to go through the entirety of the seasons or the episodes that are available in Japanese entirely, and then go back to the first one and watch it back with the English subtitle to make sure that I have the full understanding, and then go back again and watch that a third time in Japanese without subtitle to now that I have the full understanding plus the existing of um the Japanese words, it could make more sense. So yeah. Um Anyways, I really have a hard time understanding what you have done here. You said the having what? Had the button list further down with scroll. I don't understand what you mean. um yeah, dang. Oh, do you mean if I'm opening like a specific thing, I'm going through the episode first, and then I have the list with the things? Or am I just absolutely not there? I feel like I don't understand. I don't like this though. There's many things here that just don't make sense. One of them is the font size. This is medium or bold, and it's just it basically has the same hierarchy as the top section. I understand because it's TV. You need it to be a bit bigger or a bit like fatter in order to be readable, but it's also like something is wrong. And then these ones, because they all have the outline, I have a feeling that it will be perceived as everything is selected when obviously I've done like capsules and so on, but yeah, I had like no outline for the buttons for most of them at least to make sure that, you can just go through things quickly. And then you can have the white outline on selection for sure, but yeah, debatable on this. Um, yeah, but then if selected is the theme color, then something needs to move to not having the line in the borders. That makes no sense. That makes no sense, at least not for me. You said Junie is JetBrains AI, I'm guessing, based on. God damn, that's cute. Uh, well, I can't test it out because, I'm not using any of these, but that's good. That's good. Going back to some of the stuff that we've talked about in the very beginning of Cursor and me using Cursor, most of these things were and are the worst they are going to be today. Like, they can only improve, and the only way they can be worst, if that decline is because there is like more paywall, more pricing, more stuff. But yeah, god damn. Holy shit. I mean, monthly is $10 a month, which is pretty cool. And then 12, I guess that's the first month, and then 12. Um, but yeah, that's good. That's good. Is it like is it like a model that they have trained on their own? I mean, do you know? It's probably written somewhere in there in Japanese. Um, or is it something that is like using ChatGPT, whatever other things, but trained on, or specifically trained on the system prompt? Maybe you don't know about that. Yeah. Mizi, hi, welcome on in. Welcome back. How's the day going? Also, don't pay for the server boost, please. Keep your money. Don't give money to Discord. Um, if it's their own model and at some point they decide to make it available in other platforms, which might be the case at some point, it might be available one day in these. Like we currently have Cheetah, which I haven't tried just yet. Um, but you know, like I should use it to make sure that I understand. Nox, hi, welcome on in. Nishit, hi, welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? Why is Nishit working for the welcome back, but not the rest of you? That makes no sense. uh, yeah, it might come in. That's the only thing that I'm gonna say. It might potentially come in at some point, and that could be interesting. I have doubts, knowing JetBrains and so on. But yeah, well, that yeah, that reset is resetting. That you know what? You're right. That's what I forgot. No, no, you're right. I said nothing. I said nothing. I just need a new role. I need a new role. That um, it's just it's what needs to happen. Uh, it's that. We need a secondary action. That secondary action is gonna be on Twitch. That is gonna be chat message. Um, and that message is gonna be reset. Cool. I I forgot. I forgot. You worked. That's good. It is Diwali. Well, happy Diwali to you too. I mean, to you directly, but yeah, not to you too, but to yes, to you too, to everyone. I forgot every time if the W is a V or W, if it's Diwali or Diwali. I never never sticks to me. But Yeah, no, and Stony, you are absolutely right. I absolutely forgot everything. Absolutely forgot. And Mizzy, you have two boosts included with Nitro. I mean, if you want to use them in the server, do that. But I don't. I would. I mean, I wouldn't. I don't see the benefits of boosting the server. But maybe because it's this, or maybe that's because the server has been boosted all the time. I don't fucking know. But yeah, that's a thing. I would say it's a maybe. I would say it's a maybe. So yeah, going back to what I was saying here, Stoney, maybe at some point, I doubt it. It would be interesting, and it would be integrated inside of Cursor. The fact that it will be integrated inside of Android Studio, probably for sure. It might be interesting, but I doubt that I would be able to have like Swift UI related stuff made on, you know, that. Um, yeah, I don't think you should on my server. Like the server is really inactive and it doesn't give you any real stuff. Um, so yeah. Something is bothering me here. That that's bothering me. The amount of noise and effect, and it's not centered inside of the bottle. Ah! And these are not the same size. Ah, god damn. Ah, I see. So no, to answer your question, I haven't seen that before. Um, I see some design choices that I don't necessarily agree with. I see some things that are pretty cool. I need a What, you are fucking loud. I may have seen this. Mm, I don't know. Um, hmm. These new caption are really shit, though. If that was theirs. Um, I'm guessing, yeah. I'm guessing it counts as an indirect rickroll on the stream. This is interesting as a concept, but also, uh, there's something wrong about it. But I get it. Like if you are collaborating in between teams for building and creating like a video editor or something, um, it might be useful. It might be good to have the ability to just, communicate throughout the timeline about the content that you are doing, and doing that through a Loom-like interface kind of makes sense. What? Not to say that it already exists, but it kind of already exists, as in frame.io is something that is very much similar in terms of what we have. It's a way for video creators to like basically send the video to their editing team, and the editing team to get feedback based on the comments on the site and so on. So it's roughly the same thing, but it's not the same UI, but it's basically the same context. And so specifically from what we see here and what we saw there, like roughly around here, The UI for the comments look to be very, very similar, but I do like the potential timeline thing with the sub comments and so on. The only issue that I may have on this thing is, let's say you're leaving a comment at like 1 minute and there is an issue at 1:10. If I'm adding an issue at 1:10, you will have like a bit of a line that goes down. Yeah, and hi, welcome in. Welcome back. How are you? How have you been? That texture is interesting. Uh, and like that could be interesting or interesting to see, but uh, I fear. I fear the uselessness of it compared to existing tools. I fear the heavily, heavily designed interface that might be more bloat than anything else. And I need to try it out. Um, yeah, I don't think I can, Stony. I don't think I can do that. Um, yeah, but I mean, I need to run OBS in debug mode from this, uh, not the one that I currently installed, because that's where the local storage is, or at least should be. Um, I can't run OBS in debug mode, by the way. Like that's a Windows thing. I can run it in safe mode, but that's the only option from Mac. So yeah, also can't do that while I'm streaming. So the usual. I think like in here there might be stuff related to what I can have in my application support things, but I doubt that this is going to be in here. And if it's not in here, it's going to be inside of the uh, right, the package content, which is like all of the thing that we have are going to be inside of the resources, and we don't really have much more than that. So I know there is something related to uh, Chrome embeds stuff in there, but it's just like not really good. Like we don't have as much control overall on likewise, which makes sense. Which makes sense. And yeah, and yes, this is something that Nisha just shared in the chat a second ago, which is seems to be some sort of a video editing um, or a video collaboration platform that would let you collaborate with other people and basically just leave spots in the timeline and say, well, this could be better, this could be changed, this could be whatever. And apparently there is some AI stuff added, so I don't know. But yeah, it could be interesting. I I doubt that the unlimited is gonna stay unlimited for ever. I fear that this is gonna die at some point. I also hate this. Like, why did you have to make that a cut as a PNG that is added at the top instead of just using, an inner shadow like a normal person. Um, makes no sense. Makes no sense. Um, so yeah, I don't know. The story that the reason that I'm saying I need to run it from here is basically I need to boot from there. I'm thinking I can probably create like some sort of an extract thing, like a not a script, but something that I could write in the interact with the browser source and then extract that and or store that in a file. Like instead of having this stored in a local storage thing, I could just have the browser source itself write to a file, a text file that is just stored on my drive somewhere. And yeah, I could probably copy the data over, but I don't know how to do that. So I would need to do some research. Just a smidge. Just a smidge. So yeah, Nishit, I didn't see that before. It looks good, but useless. um, like that's the thing. Um, it's not the local storage on the device, it's the local storage on OBS. On the OBS Chrome browser thingy. So when I go into here, and let's just use that. Or maybe not the chatters, maybe just the check-ins, and I go on the interact. This is Chrome, right? So I should be able to get access to the command line or something to, just do something and extract that. Or I could simply have in said browser source have a secondary additional button that I would add in the browser source and that just says dump local storage. So I just dump that onto a text file and then I can just import from text file. Could be an option. Not the best option, but it could be an option. We'll see. It's annoying. It is annoying. Not gonna lie about that. So yeah, other than that, Nishit, I haven't, didn't see any of that. Um, I might be able to define that the instead of saving to local storage, is saving to a very specific path, and said path is an existing file. Maybe, I don't know. Um, but that's a maybe. That is a maybe. Nonetheless, this is I kind of I'm confused by the Japanese here. I, I'm confused by the they no. That makes no sense. I'm used to no de, which is the opposite. These two characters in the other flipped. It's I confused. It doesn't matter. Um, yeah, maybe I'm thinking about what I have on um, what I have on StreamerBot that would give me that. But yeah, no, their no is weird. Yeah, it's kind of not making a lot of sense. But yeah, I kind of now I'm intrigued and I'm kind of tempted to test it out. But obviously, I would not be able to test it out because it's not gonna work for SwiftUI. So I can only test it out for Kotlin, which is fine. But yeah, yes. Sorry for the flashes. I hope you're not like sensitive to that. These is cute. Um, yeah, noisy everywhere. Yeah, I mean, if it's better now, that's and if it's good for you, I feel like this is a very good thing. Cross keys, hi, welcome in. You have, well, I'm hoping you are magic harping on the floor right now. Just just magic harp. That's it. That's all you can do. Can't do anything else. I'm sorry. I can't save you. Interesting. I didn't know that. Um, I didn't know it was 1 in 10, but it's also like 1 in 10 is a lot. That's a lot. It's a lot. Um, I posted that on Threads. I've been trying to post that on Twitter, and it doesn't post. It doesn't post. They don't want me to post. I don't get it. So I feel like it's probably the issue that we had yesterday with AWS kind of breaking. So I'm gonna retry later today, probably, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, this was a cool thing. I wasn't really stable. I should have added like image stabilization on this whole thing, but I didn't. So here we are. I have like I don't know 600 views on this thing, which is fine. I need to be way more active on social, and it's just taking off the brain power that I have, which I don't. But yeah. So yes, Tony, going back to this, I really don't understand exactly what you are looking for me to give you on this. Um, and that's bad. I'm gonna repeat myself on this one, maybe, I don't know. But I feel like that's better. If you're willing to do that, do that. I know I did that like really, really quickly using the pre-made system from the Android TV um, UI kit that I have. And so I haven't changed much, but I feel like it works. Um, I agree with that, Yan. I agree with that. I've seen that happen many times, but then it depends on what you can display. Like there is the space here to like basically have up to here, right? Let's say we want something that is kind of homogen. That would be the case. So you have the ability to write 6 lines, maybe, you know. Uh, but then if it's something that is scrollable and you have the ability to just get, way more text for whatever text you want, that's an option as well. Um, both cases works. I don't really care personally. It's just like this is the thing that was the default on the Apple TV UI kit, the Android TV UI kit that we use then. So yeah. Um, but then again, going back to what I was saying earlier from your screenshots, that needs to have like different font values, or at least as you can see, the the text itself has a bit of transparency so that it has hierarchy compared to the title. It's like less important, still readable, less important. So that's something that is good to have. And this here is a bit too strong of a text. Um, but yeah. So yeah, that's kind of bad. The thing that we have here in the small yet interesting thing is that my button uh, for watch, the one that is currently selected, is 40 point in height, and plus like the borders, which basically means that we have something that is going to be 44 in height, which is the basic for iOS and Android buttons. And then our unselected buttons are currently 40. So there is 4 points different for the switch, which makes basically the button itself kind of grow when it's selected. You already have that by having the outline, like kind of like this one, where you have the selection outline. But I don't know if this is an okay thing. Nonetheless, the thing that I kind of would need you to do here is to remove the white border, because it doesn't have the hierarchy in question. And then if you want to change the color of the background entirely for when it's selected, that might be enough for you, the user, to just, understand what is selected, and then have the buttons be the size of their content. That could be an option as well. You know, um, it could, it could. Not saying it should, but it could. Yeah, but outline buttons like this makes them look like they are selected. The reason for this, and the usual point that I have, is if you're using a reference that is similar to color blindness or achromy, which is the people that don't have any color passing through, like they've seen in grayscale. If you have Battle Bro, hi, welcome in. If you have a white outline, um, and it's just like this, like a subtle white outline, why not? I'm not saying no. I'm kind of saying no, but I'm not saying no. That thing is 80% of the color already, and then the transparency there, we have some issues with how it's rendered based on other containers above and so on. It doesn't matter. But that is not as good. Oh, I should do that instead. Yeah, that looks like it's selected. So, bitch, wrong key. So, That's pretty bad because it has visually as much importance as this one. It's not, and you can see that, but this is really bad for accessibility's sake and for understanding sake because at a glance, that's always the same thing. It's the first impression, the first thing that the user is going to see. You want the user to basically understand what is going to happen and what is currently happening. If you just see this, it could simply be what is the most important button, and then the rest is potential other things, but you don't really know what they are because it doesn't look like any other buttons in the app. And so only when they are going to navigate and then move from the watch button to the season and episode button will they understand that the fill color for the background is actually what makes them selected. So, yeah. Have a good rest of your day. Yeah, and take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. Have a good recording. If you put that at like 20% in opacity, it's better. If you put that at like 8%, it's much better. To just have a subtle outline that differentiate things is going to be like way better overall. The thing that you can do is potentially have things like this where I don't think I have that. God damn it. Where this is having um, the selection the way that you kind of like it to be. That makes sense. That's fine by me because it works with the rest of the buttons that are going to follow through. So if you just want to have the one that is selected is not filled, but is outlined because you prefer the outline button, yeah, this is active E with the color. Like I'm just using white instead. Um, but that could work, but for what you're trying to do. Otherwise, this is fine by me as well. Like that's a potential thing, but it's also going to be the same issue, kinda, in the long run because you end up with something that is not necessarily as understandable. Um, but that kind of works, obviously. Um, so it depends on your goal. Depends on, what you want to achieve. The the thing that we have here and what we want the user to do on this page is usually that's a Netflix related stuff. Uh, People that make money when you are watching stuff, not when you're not watching. So, you want to emphasize on one of them. If that's not the case and it's a navigation section and you are going from the header point to one of these, right? You are here, you moved from page A to page B, you have the back button on your remote and so on, and you are pre-selecting watch, that makes sense. If you're pre-selecting libraries, that makes no sense. So, you know, um, it's a thing. But yeah, reduce the borders and in the opacity. In order to be matching the top, I would also like make them pills. Um, so that you have buttons that just match the rest of the app. What? Oh, Nate? I don't know. Don't know. I obviously feel like this is fine of a view. Uh, but yeah. Yes. 100%. 100%. Mm. Again, it really depends on what you want to do with this. Mm, I don't think that works for me. It's still dead. It's still dead. It is. Goddamn. Crazy. Um, you don't have to rewrite the video player just for me. You just, you need to do what you need to do. And if things are interesting, you can do that. Um, do we have the ability to just see these? Yeah. Like we don't really have, again, I'm not logged in and it's potentially like way different. Uh, but I have the play button, but I don't, from here, I don't really have the access to um, the the seasons and episodes as a button. I have that underneath. If it's a season, whatever, like that's not the case, which I'm gonna try to find a TV show, which is in the TV show section, uh, which makes more sense. But I don't have the button about TV shows and episodes right here. I have them underneath, and so I can just play with or look at stuff, you know, um, to make sense. So that's something that could be good. The reason, and I remember that, the reason why we make it or we have made it vertical is because you have this, the backle section where, that specific debate. So you wanted to have something that is mostly vertical because it makes more sense and it's easier to navigate than anything else, which I get. It makes sense. But there's something that just doesn't necessarily make sense for me to have the seasons and episode underneath the watch, and the audio and subtitle makes also absolutely no sense for me to have them here. And I remember nothing, which means I don't remember why we have audio and subtitles. Um, No, I remember that we used that from what you had, and you know, but also like I used the native Android TV UI kit, so I didn't really make shit. Um, so season and episode, why not? Unless you have them underneath, which makes sense. And the audio and subtitle makes absolutely no sense to me. Um, so for me, that button makes no sense and it can go away. Seasons and episode is fine to have it here if you want a quick access to something, but if you have like a carousel underneath, it would make more sense to have it here. Like something like this, which I think I did after like season and whatever, because you could potentially do that. But yeah, um, nonetheless, it's I don't know. I think we went with that route of having audio and subtitle here in the front row for some reason, but you needed them anyways in the player, so we have them here as an overlay. Same thing for the season episodes. But yeah, yeah, but sometimes that's what you need. That's the that's the thing. You need to be as generic as possible in the beginning, or at least to have something, and then you can polish stuff to, have the stuff. But I get it. I get it. To me, this is better of a specific thing. Um, like whatever it is, it's the exact same view as what you currently have in the desktop version, meaning that you have like you would have everything. You would have the content that is related to the trailer or the actors, the crew, and so on, the related stuff. If it's a movie and if it's a TV show, you may have like episode, series, season things right there and be good with it. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that popped in. Um, I mean, I kind of know why that popped in is because of this, because of that whole debate that we had that took us, I feel like, two streams of me complaining and not necessarily understanding that we were saying the same thing, but I have a different mental model. So, you know. And also, going back to that, I feel like it was also because you wanted or needed to have something that was browser based on the TV in the beginning. And I don't know exactly where you land right now with the Kotlin dev. I feel like it's going to be easier for you to just have the native things. Um, you know, um, so if you're going the native route with a Kotlin app that will be on the TV App Store through the Google Play Store, then um, you're going to have a lot more navigation options and a lot more potential for what needs to happen. And then you can still have like the web version for the non-Android TV, which I don't know if that's a thing anymore. So that's a debate as well, to check to make sure that that still exists or doesn't exist. I don't know. I don't know. Nonetheless, I really don't know why we had this at some point. What I do remember though is that we have done this, which is basically what you currently have on the desktop version as like menus and stuff. Like that's the stuff that you had, and we kind of reused the same elements, systems, and so on, so that you can just play with it. But yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Mm. That's a TV. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we did at this point to TV stuff. It is different. Oh, that would make no sense. That's for sure. Mm-hmm. Mm. Did you bounce? Is that what happened? Did you bounce on each other? Oh, you dropped exactly in the same spot, basically. That's crazy. That's crazy. Am I am I rigged? I'm guessing I probably am. I probably am. Um, yeah, I don't know. The delay though, the amount of delay is crazy. Yeah. It was so close, but no. Um, the other side. The other side. What do you mean dinner with us? You have dinner right now? Have a good dinner. Yeah, that makes no sense. Don't do that. Don't don't do that. We have that one, and then maybe. Yeah, that's not right. That is not right. Morton, hi, welcome in. Welcome back. I've seen things about the green. Yesterday or today, I forgot. Apparently you are gaining seats unless it's a different type of green. But I feel like I recognize the green and the logo. So congrats if you are still part of that. Uh, if not, well, that happens. I feel like that corner really is gonna piss me off. But yeah, it's gonna help. Or I'm doing this instead. Yes, that's probably a better option. Um, I've seen some of, I mean, I'm mostly what I've seen is some of the TikToks related to the seats and the growing of the party, the growth of the party, and so on. So yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. Uh, yes. Hmm. uh, yeah. I don't know if that's how it works where you live. I feel like there is such an annoying situation on your side of things where, small detail, potential. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Something is missing. I feel like the royals in general in the UK are seen. I wouldn't go as far as saying positively, but mostly positively. Like it's not it's not really bad, but it's not really good either. Like it's a bit of a neutral plus situation for anything that is royalty related because they don't really have from the outside looking in, as always, they don't seem to have a sort of a say in the politics technically, or they don't do much other than being there and being the representative and so on. Like they don't necessarily take part in the policies, or at least it doesn't seem that is the case. I don't know. Um, but interesting, bitch. Sorry, that's the wrong bitch. I see. That's the reason. uh, yeah, I guess four is good enough to place me where it's supposed to place me. But that's such a small detail. That means we have a trailing four right here and a leading -4 right here in order to get like that overshoot alignment things to visually align shit. That's really bad. That's really bad. That's not what's supposed to happen. It is what's supposed to happen. That's the thing. Do we have options for the dividers? Horizontal? Yeah, that's not. Hmm. The autocomplete today is really bad, so that's not. It's not gonna work. Something is pissing me off with the layout. Something is pissing me off with how much spacing things don't have. I would say that's the main issue. Things are supposed to have more space, but they don't, and therefore we end up with issues. So, yeah. And I can't use a spacer on this. I mean, I could use a spacer on this to just split out these three elements and just have one section. But then it's not gonna. Oh, it's yeah, no, it's not gonna work. Is it though? Yeah, it's not. I was right. I was right. Um, that's gonna be enough. That's gonna be enough of an alignment. I really don't like it. I don't know what I can add right now. It's just me thinking about it to make it more adequate, personal, specific to the thing that we need. So I'm just gonna not do that and then go back to the day recap because I feel like some of these would have like a better output potential. Um, Again, the NLP section is I need to work on that service right here. But it's more complex than expected. I would say that's my issue. It has potential. It has a lot of potential to the way that things are going to be written, but it also just is missing the point in some cases, and I don't like the some cases. Um, so you know, still need to have stuff though, so that doesn't really change. Overall rating is our thing without the spacer, and then underneath that we're supposed to have our recap, which is there. So, I fear, as always, this is never a good idea. I don't know why. Yeah, it's kind of fine. And then we wanted to say that the recap could, should, might want to be in the um, line height to be loose, so that we have a bit more of an easier time to read this. Like that's a better option. Something annoying with the transition as well. I've seen that through other things, you know. Mm. Sorry. Got the wrong key.
Toxic. Toxic.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Toxic.
That doesn't make any sense in terms of layout and placement. It's missing something. Um,
Toxic.
it's also not aligned with the rest of the cards, so it's probably my issue. The fact that it's at 12 instead of 16 will, like 16 makes more sense compared to the previous card that we were working on because they will need to have the same alignments if they are next to each other. So that's the first thing that I noticed, which is good. I'm gonna just do an horizontal on this and then add another one um, with a vertical and not a dot. 12 instead of 16. I feel like that's gonna give us a bit of leeway vertically. That's better. That is better. Um, it's still not good though. Still not good. What can I change?
Toxic.
I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know. I feel like it kind of works, but it also kind of doesn't work. I'm tempted to give the sticker and the stars a bit more space to, have, well, more space. Then when I'm doing this, it's cropping the sticker, which is really bad because of the padding. But then if I change the padding, I'm gonna have some issues. So, huh, yeah, same thing. That's really bad. Mm. There's so much things going in my head right now. Most of the thing are don't do this because everyone is doing this and this in question. One second. Is the thing that we talked about on Friday last week, um, related to that post. That's a cat. Wrong cat. Um, we didn't go through any of these today, by the way, which is fine, but interesting nonetheless. We kind of talked about it for a split second. And yeah, shit like this, for example, this is the current common theme for most of the creation that I'm seeing that are good enough. And a lot of these stickers, a lot of these elements are placed at an angle in a different, you know, format and so on. So you end up with things that have, as I've been saying for 2 to 3 years now, the straight but not straight, align but organic thing, so that it is conscious decision to have and add like a 1%, 2%, 3 degrees thing, rotation for the elements so that they feel more natural. They're anchored to the correct point, but they feel naturally placed and so on. And so having this, because I'm already doing that on the images for the bottles, it feels kind of wrong to add that as well on other elements. But if you look at this one, for example, it has just a very simple 1 degree, 2 degree of a rotation, which is good enough. Um, but it works and it's understandable because it is longer. On here, having just a 1 degree, 2 degree rotation here would make absolutely no sense because it's just a circular emote, so I don't really have anything that would give me the ability to just, do that randomly, or at least not from my point of view. So, you know, this is the collection view, which is never gonna be the good point. I never remember this modifier. The way that it's written doesn't work with me for some fucking reason. So, it happens. It happens. So, like, that's okay, but it's not good. It's fine. It has like a smidge amount of a rotation. And apparently when I'm gonna open and close, they're going to move because the view is gonna re-render. So the stickers are gonna be reorganized every time. I don't know if that's a good idea. It's a fine idea, it works, but it's just not necessarily a good idea overall. And then if on other than or either I'm having this here on the font itself before it has the sticker effect added. That could work. It's a subtle detail. I don't know if that's gonna change or make any difference, to be honest. So we could try it out. We could try it out specifically if that's probably gonna break the stream. Specifically if we take a look at the light mode version once it's built. That's fine. um, yeah. I mean, it's fun to see them kind of move when you're clicking on stuff, but it's not like that drastic anyways. But it's working. This one though. Not the best rendering, specifically in light mode. But that's much better though. That is so much better. I don't have a perfume that I have in my collection that has been worn so much that I have like 16 worn date whatever, which is kind of sad because it would make things easier right now. And the way that I have one wear counted is usually through date and other things. So if you have like if you wear perfume multiple times in one day, the day recap is for the day, but the wear count is going to increase. So there are some issues in there to, make things work. Um, Yeah. This was fun though, by the way. Small detail. This is using the color mix that we talked about last time, which basically is taking the primary color. So right now it's black at 50%, and it's adding that on top or mixing it with the main color. So we're using red for the negative stuff, and so it's going to be darker so that we always have enough of a contrast ratio with the background regardless. So in light mode, it's going to be darker. In dark mode, it's going to be lighter, just because we're using the primary color with the dot mix modifier. And that just make things so much easier for everything. So we do like it. We do like it. I forgot. Yeah. Um, Again, as I just said, the fact that these things, because they are like tied to the notation and the scoring that we have, every single entries that are like at 1 star and not necessarily a good grading will end up with um, things that just are not proper. And so here, for example, one of the issues that we have as well is the fact that we have a sample first test, which doesn't exist because we need the acquisition first. So it something is not working, right? But that's a detail. And then the NLP itself is just checking and having underwhelming experience compared to other fragrances, which makes sense, but it's also like the same fucking words on every other entries that are currently set to not that high of a note. So I feel like it's going to be repetitive and kind of bad when we have exactly the same phrases in the same sentences every time the user is just mostly positive, super positive, neutral, or bad, underwhelming. So I don't know. We'll see. We will see. But that's okay. That's a better overall thing. I fear that the readability of these things is not as good as it needs to be, specifically on me. It's fine. It's tiny. It's tiny text. As I said last time, though, based on the user base that we are targeting for this app specifically, they are people that are usually uh, used to looking at the ingredients and the details on the labels of the perfume bottles, and therefore smaller font size is not necessarily an issue. It's not necessarily a good thing, but it's not necessarily an issue. So I don't really mind the text sizes yet. I will, but for now, that will work. That will do the job. That will do the job for sure. That thing needs to be like, that whole system of the NLP things is just, hmm, so bad. I need more work on this. Yeah. Hmm. I'm also thinking about what I could do with these, um, with specified automation. So basically, there are stuff that you would say when you are describing a perfume experience or something that would probably help me pre-grade or pre-select things in the perfume details. So if you were to say something along the line of, this is a very fall-oriented perfume, I like the freshness or something, I could probably extract that word and say, based on the fact that this is like a pretty fall um, perfume, fall perfume would go into fall, and fall being one of the season that is available, I could probably pre-select stuff. But yeah, um, overall, like I'm ending up with these sentences, and it's just not good. Um, Specifically because of my rating, like the fact that the sentiment is most of the time going to be roughly around 0-ish, unless it's like overwhelmingly positive. Not the best option. Not the best option. That's where we are. Again, anything that is running through that is code that is taking care of that. I can't do any of it. I can just read the content and understand what needs to happen, but also not that good. It's better for me to just stick to visual stuff. Nonetheless, I need a pee. 1 second.
I feel so free.
Anyways,
Listen.
anyways, I guess we could go through that. I guess we could go through that. Let me see where we stopped last time. I fear I forgot. I fear I forgot. Um, I feel like we stopped roughly around here. That would make more sense. Where that one was pretty interesting of a scroll view that is basically around the edges of your phone. Doesn't add anything, but it's really well made. So, that's a pretty cool thing. I think this is done with a border displacement. So it's a dash border that is just around the entire thing with a concentric corner situation, and it just works, which we do like. So yeah, small details. This one was a nice display. Again, that's a thing that I feel like Techie would be appreciative of. The overall thing, when you're looking at it, it's mostly like a metal shader, or at least a shader for sure. Um, and what it does is that it displays the content around it, so there is the wave ripple effect on it, but also there is like a color burn situation next to the center where the dot or the finger is gonna be placed. That's a very cool looking interactive thing. However, as always, I have a very strong feeling about the novelty of this. The novelty of this is going to be really good for like a day, and then it's going to become like either more annoying than anything, or it's just going to be a gimmick, and that's about it. But, but it could become something that people recognize as standard, and therefore expect similar things across other platforms. So, just taking a look at it. Similar for this, which is really similar to what I have in my backgrounds. I feel like this one has been made through, um, like, I mean, apparently motion.dev, but also like a shader with paper. Eh, you know, I mean, you know what I feel about it, or how I feel about it. There's a lot of issues with accessibility when it comes to this one. It's interesting, but it's not good. Specifically these. These just go away and you can't see anything, which is really bad. Um, Going back to this, which is really similar to the other thing that we've done. So looking at this, right, that's something. Looking at this, where you ain't there, it's basically the opposite. So we have the raised paper situation, and this one is a carved in. There's a lot of issues with, I mean, things that I would change on this one to make it more realistic. And there are a lot of really good things. They have made a really good job of highlighting the bevel that is created on the inside of most, but not all. And that's the issue that I'm seeing. Like most of the E should have some sort of a better transition, because right now it's just a drop shadow. It does the effect, not gonna lie, when you're looking at it from far away, it does really work as something that is carved in, but it's also like kind of, the whole website is detailed enough for me to complain. Not that I did it too, but um, that's a thing. That is a thing. We've seen that as well. It's cute. A lot of dithering as well, but it's dot dithering. Good news about Tobias, by the way. They have been saying that they have sent the first wave of alpha invites. Haven't received mine, which makes sense. But that's a good thing. The app is going to be called Spatial. Um, so that's a good thing. We'll see when that happens to drop. For now, we're just going to wait. Going back to what we were looking at a second ago with the gradients, that's basically the same thing. I feel like this is going to be, I said that last week, I feel like this is going to be the new gradients for AI. It still have that pink and blue thing, but it added some tan or peach colors in there. There is a lot of gradients that I'm seeing. There is, I think, another post that I have above that is taking that same gradient and is taking from Apple Intelligence and other Apple design stuff that is adding that peach color, kind of peach beige orangey thing at the edge of the pink, and it's pretty interesting. So yeah, that's something to play with, or at least to be aware of. We saw that a long time ago. I feel like when we did the first sphere, we saw something very similar. what we do like about this specifically is how simple this is. So, again, quick reminder for everyone, if you want to create a sphere, it's very much like the matter of like 4 to 5 layers, maybe six if you want to be more detailed, but that's about it. There is a lot of very, very subtle thing that you can have and add to like get this transition to work better or look better. But yeah, it's a matter of simply having Grizzy. Hi, welcome in. How are you? How is the day going? So you have this thing with the basically the layer itself has been blurred. It's a circle as well, but it has been blurred to get like the edge fuzzy right here. And then if you had like a fifth layer or a sixth layer in the content here, you would have the ability to make it like kind of sharper in some point and so on. So yeah. Um, I mean, there is so many. The gamified gamble thing. There is so many. There is a new one that is coming in that is like the Sword and Coins game that is popping in soon, officially based on some of the things that we've seen. This was pretty impressive, by the way. Um, yeah, no, the launchpad is this shit and it's pissing me off. I hate it. It's so bad. Someone built a secondary launchpad. I I saw that. So yeah. This I saved this one mainly because it's pastel, as you know, everything is coming back to pastel. So here we go again. Um, not much to be honest. Can you be a bit more precise on the gambling thing that you were talking about? Because I feel like this is something. This is for inspiration purposes, and I think this is going to be for cross keys specifically, mostly, you know, because it makes sense. But that's a very full portfolio, personal portfolio thing. It's very much 2025 coded. Most people are doing exactly this right now. Like no one is doing anything else. So yeah. Oh, this one, yes, I remember that. This is a Figma game thingy, and we were debating if it was um Rive or not Rive. Let me take a look at. Oh, that's the reason. I was like, who? Why? And yeah, that's the reason. Um, Zenly is an app that a lot of people have been working at, specifically the people that are French. For some reason, for some reason, um, people move to Zenly and then they move to other things. It's really impressive what happened there, where Zenly existed and then they acquired a lot of people. They got acquired by Snapchat, and then everyone moved out to bigger projects. So that's pretty cool. Nonetheless, good project here. Um, I do remember what you're talking about. I don't think I have very, very quickly go or will be able to find exactly what we're talking about. It's been like a fat ass week, if not more. And I doubt, I doubt we'd be able to find it again. I'm also making a mistake in my head and like not necessarily seeing the proper person um profile picture. Like I'm seeing someone else's profile picture in my head, which is not gonna help. But oh yeah, no, it's been way more time than this. Way more. Uh, yeah, I think it has a bit of brown, reddish brown in it, like something like kind of like this, but not. That's not the one. That is not the one that we're talking about. But I feel like it's probably going to be somewhere around here. Maybe. But I know which one you're talking about. Yes. Why you ask though? Not that it matters, but like. Hmm. I see. I feel like there is a lot of people that probably could have similar styles and could be hired, but I think, right? That thing in question, these coins in questions, yeah. Good, 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 good. Lot of scoring, but we found it. We found it. This one was fun, mainly for the reply that I got. I mean, not I got, but like that we got from this. So this person created this through AI generation for sure, based on some of the things that we're seeing in here. And someone replied a bit further up in that feed with a creation that they really made. And I mean, if you want to, I don't know. Um, and it's pretty cool. So these things, for example, they have made that in 2020 using real waffles, and that's a real um like eatable jackets. So yeah. Anyways, um, this one same thing, pastel, but also a bit more vibrant than usual. So we kept it, and then that's a very cool design style, which I personally like. I feel like Jan would probably like that as well, but also Jan is currently uh, recording. Etakan, hi, welcome on in. Welcome back. How have you been? How's everything? If you are old enough, you might be remembering Path. Path was great. Path was a really cool app for what you're doing in traveling and in navigations and so on, and doing check-ins and so and such. It was a mix of Tumblr and Pinterest and what then become Foursquare, and then I forgot their new name for the yellow one, but yeah, it was a very cool app, similar vibe as StumbleUpon, from a long time ago. So we do like it. We do like it. This one was really good. This is AI generated because Tatiana is doing a lot of AI generated stuff. I'm impressed with this. The consistency, the the continuity. of all the flowers, all of the petals, the water, the dispersion. There are some issues with the fingers, kinda. But it's really interesting. Type D visa. What is that? Where is that? What's a Type D visa? In Latvia. Interesting. Interesting choice. Latvia. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool country. Um, as you can see on the side, this is the illustration. This is a this is an illustration. Goddamn. um, moving on. This one from Alex was pretty cool. They have a habit of selecting pretty interesting fonts, and the GA from Gather is a nice addition. It's also a good reminder for everyone that sometimes the logo that you're trying to build could simply be the combination of two fonts that would make it interesting, and have a cool pathways and also like a cool letter specifically. So that G is really cool. That A is debatable, but it's a nice transition with the same or roughly the same width as the T that then goes into the of gather, and then you have something that is pretty unique overall. So that's a very interesting thing as a concept. But yeah. um mhm. That's interesting. I mean, that's a good choice. How long are you staying there? What's the point? What's the plan? Is there a plan? um, that was for Techie specifically, because I know that Techie is kind of working on an avatar type of situation, and there is like a something interesting about this project specifically that I think I'm unsure. I think this was made for NFT generation in the first place, where you could have like all of your variations and then just create or generate all the images. But, you know, that's a very cool thing. Very cool output nonetheless. Um, I guess this is, I think that would work for you. These types of cards could work for some of the website that you're building. Most of the time I'm thinking that the website that you have and you create in Webflow and others are a bit static, and you have like element of animation on hover, but you may be interested in having like some element of animation through all the time. So yeah. That's sad. Um, that's for school then. Mm. I'm guessing. um, that's cool. I kept this for one specific reason. This is very Japanese, as you can tell. These are called long shadows. Long shadows are something that was extremely popular in material design, first of its name. So version 1, when Android got popular, they had a lot of icons and creations that were using long shadows. And then they kind of disappeared from most of the illustration that we were making. But then for the past few months, I've been seeing a lot of Japanese artists and creator just reuse long shadows for a lot, a lot of things. So, you know, um, could become a pattern, could come back as an option, and become popular and interesting. I doubt it, but it's a very interesting thing, and it has a very organic feel to it. So you know, good to know. Good to know. Um, that's the thing that I'm debating on using because it's the AI on iOS thing because it's run on your device. I'm kind of more okay with it for some reason, but we'll see when that happens. That if you have a dad that doesn't like cats and then get a cat, you know that this is exactly what happens every time. There's no question. It is. It is. My dad didn't, I mean, was allergic to cats and dogs and basically fur. And some trees as well that have like some furry-ish seeds. And so he was against everything, but he loved dogs and cats and trees and other things. And so, yeah, um, he was kind of like this as well. So that happened. That happens. Um, so yeah, that was interesting. This seems to be something that is potential. I don't know. We'll see. This seems to be a new feature of Twitch that will be available soon, potentially. I don't know. It's an AI auto clip thing, which is fun because it's the thing that I was paying for last year that basically died. And I used two of them that all died because it apparently takes so much computing power to go through the entirety um, of like the VODs every time and then reclip things. So yeah. And yes, your VOD is getting away after 14 days unless you implement something that basically automate and or you send the VOD itself directly to YouTube afterward. So if you have like your system that is in place, you can be inside of your video producer, and once you're there, you can just say export, and basically export is sending to YouTube. Once YouTube is linked inside of your Twitch account, you can do that. You just start exporting and it just sends the video directly from Twitch directly to YouTube so that you don't lose the content. Um, so yeah. Um, but for later, if you want to do that again, if you want to change your mind and do that again, this is going to be the easiest way for you to just save your VODs forever rather than having what Twitch is doing, which basically here I only have like 31 in total, and the reason why these ones are there, which are clips, is because they are clips, and so clips are okay to maintain from further away. Like this is 2021. Goddamn. Goddamn. So yeah, that is the way. That is the way. But yeah, this thing is potentially interesting. We'll see if it works. I'm on the wait list. I'm doubting that I will be able to have access really soon, but yeah. Um, did you not save the video somewhere else, like a Google Drive or something? Because that's something that you could, should, might need to, post to make it more interesting. This one is very interesting. I don't think this is a real phone. I don't think this is a real thing, but I do like this. This is a very cool concept of an absolutely inaccessible navigation. If you are right-handed, this is going to be really, really bad because like you are in the corner and it's really bad. And if you are left-handed, you can't reach really well to the other side. So you would be able to have like these two with your left finger, no issues. And you may be able to switch camera here with your right finger, but that's about it. And it's really weird the way that they have defined this thing. But as a concept and an alternative navigation and an alternative presentation of the navigation, I think this is very interesting. So yeah, that's about it on this one. That's the only thing that we see that makes sense. Other than that, nothing much more interesting. This was for Yan, but Yan disappeared. This is the thing that I was talking about earlier. Most of the gradients from the Apple Intelligence new rebranding that happened is the addition of the orange and sometimes a bit of blue again, um, to make the blue to pink, blue to purple, blue to pink, blue to purple, type of situation less AIE. So if you are currently building something that is AIE, you might be interested in getting a bit more colors, a bit more orange, a bit more green inside of your gradients, and these ones are pretty cool. As always, it goes back to this regular gradients that we had before, but yeah. I don't mind the new camera app in iOS, to be honest. But that's also because I haven't taken a lot of pictures lately. I'm mostly taking TikToks inside of TikToks, so it's just different. But yeah, I feel like M5 is a very good thing, but it's also just M5. So based on what it is, it's not much, and it doesn't have M5 Pro or Max or Ultra. So for now, it's less good than the M4 Pro. And as a lot of people have been talking about as well, they are simply presenting it and comparing it mostly with the M1. So they are saying that it's like 14 times better or 4 times better than the M1, which in a way makes sense, right? Most people that have a Mac don't upgrade every year, right? When there is a new chip, they don't upgrade, they just wait. But still, comparing like your new chip to the one that is 5 years old is kind of not great. So yeah, that's something to think about. Um, yeah, other than that, I think it's gonna be an interesting thing. I'm just waiting for the better chips. The issue that I have with the timeline with Apple most of the time is that my computer right now that I paid 4.5K um, to get it, that is starting to get like very sluggish and really bad based on everything that I just did to like have to redo the installation of everything and so on. It's not good. I kind of need to get like a new computer soon. And so the trade-in prices of these things going down way, way too fast. And so in order for me to make it much more appealing, I would need to sell it for like 1.5K maybe. Um, and and that's not worth it, kind of. As always, I'm gonna do me math right? Does that make sense? Um, if I spent 4,500 bucks for the Mac, and I'm just, I can't do math, but that's gonna be fine. And I'm keeping in I've been using it for like 5 years. So that divided by five, I don't know how much that is. I should use the calculator instead. Um, I'm such a designer on this point. That's so bad. Um, right, that's 900. And then we do 900 divided by 365. That's 2.5 bucks a day. So in 5 years of using this thing, I basically have spent or rented this Mac for 2.5 euros per day of usage. So that's fine. That's not that expensive, and that's good enough of an upgrade, or like I'm willing to upgrade for something that will always, and again, like stay with me for roughly 5 years, and will cost me the same price at probably $3 a day. Um, but yeah, if I can, again, as I said, if I can go back into Japan and then get that Mac for 15-20% off ish, 50 at times, if I'm planning properly. But yeah, I could do I got a new Mac. What should I install first? But like also that's not, you know, um, I mean that's fine. But yeah, um, it is expensive. It's um the Turkish lira. That's the that's how much. If you want to compare. So yeah, technically I'm saying 4.5 because but it was probably 4.7. Yeah. To be honest, this is uh about 2 months of salary for most people, most French. So yeah, most French will be at around 2K a month. Most, not all. But yeah, that's it's expensive. Again, Apple in we talked about this before. But if we go here and then we go, I'm gonna go there instead. Um, right? If I go into Japan and I buy the M5, we talked about it before. I'm going just for the top tier, top of the shelf situation, whatever, right? With the same, I'm gonna use the exact same thing. I'm gonna need the 32 for the other thing that happens. Um, and so for France, for example, and I want to pre-order this thing, same thing, because the French one don't comes with a brick, a charging brick. I need to go with the 32 to then be able to get this charging brick right here that is included in Japan, but not included in France. So that is 2,614. And so that is 458 1,000 yen, 459 basically with the 942. That's the price in conversion from euro to yen. 460. In Japan, I would pay 340. So that 340 is 1.9k for the exact same computer. So, you know, when I'm going back, I'm buying a Mac there. Yeah, I remember some years ago that the Turkish iPhone was the cheapest version that we had, like around 2018, if I remember correctly. The Turkish iPhone were the cheapest. When you took like the conversion rate and so on, you had something like 150 or $200, like difference, which was pretty impressive to be honest. Um, where you at though? There. How much is this though? Let me just check. You need that, to get this. 2.6. Yeah, that's fucking expensive. God damn. If you come to France, you basically have the same price, which is pretty impressive. The fact that it's like 2.616 exactly, and in France it's 2.614. So you are getting it cheaper, but also you need to come here. So that's bad for your mental health. Don't do that. But yeah, that's impressive. That it is the same. 77. Damn. Damn. I see. Oh, taxes are not included in there. Hmm. Yeah, I see. That's crazy. So maybe if I go to Turkey and then I get the tax rebound things for travelers and so on, I'm getting it for half the price, which might have been the reason why Turkey was cheaper. Might have been the case. Don't wait for Black Friday. Battle Bro, hi, welcome in. How are you? I don't think I would personally upgrade to the 17, even though the green is the color that I like the most. Um, the Pro, god damn it, the Pro is the one that is the best suited for what I'm doing. But then again, The sad part is that the Air or the 16E is going to be the best option for me as a proof of concept of everything that I'm preaching for, which is you should use the cheapest and worst device that you have access to test your app and your products in order to make sure that whatever you are building, um, you you have something that works on something like this, for example. So, um, have a good look. Interesting that you're in the tractor, but yeah, that's the thing. But goddamn, that's expensive. 97. It's $2,000, and then half of it is day. Goddamn. Yeah. Yeah, so your taxes are basically higher than the one that we have here because the taxes are included for us. So that's wild. That is wild. Specifically here, for example, if I had like mine and I just put that in the, um, that's a good point, Stony. That is a good point. If I had mine as a trade-in, then I would have something that is pretty cool. The thing that I made a mistake when I bought um, these ones, the new one, the new AirPods Pro, they are good, but I bought the Apple Care thing on or in the store and I shouldn't have. I forgot. I'm hoping I'm not gonna make the same mistake next time. But yeah, the reason why I'm not doing that is because my phone is um in Japan. Like my phone is in Japanese region and Japanese store and so on. So everything but I'm buying through my phone, I'm buying through the Japanese prices. So that's good, you know. And if I had done that, the Apple Care Plus, this one would have been roughly the same price as this, like $7 a month. And so that would have been like, um, it's kind of sad. That is kind of sad. So yeah, that's the thing. But yeah, that's crazy cheap though for what it is. But it is still more expensive, I think, than the MacBook Air in the US. Like if you just want like the simplest of the not even in the US, it's just like for $200 less, you could have a fucking computer. I'm taking the computer. Huh. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't think the sound is really bad of the threes. I think you need to go into the settings. Um, I don't know if I'm plugged in though. I doubt it. Um, in the in the settings there, you have the ability to go through. I don't know if it's adaptive audio. It's not. um, I forgot. They have something in there that in the settings that just makes it sound better overall, but also it's kind of annoying that you need to go into the accessibility settings to, change stuff and get like the thing sounding as it's supposed to be. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it's interesting. Um, oh, I see. Yeah, I had the same thing on these ones. I know this doesn't look like much, but these are the threes. These are the twos, USB-C, and these are the three new one. And these ones, basically what happened is one of the buds was updated on a firmware that was different than the other one. And yeah, that was bad. That was bad. Nonetheless, now it's fixed. So, you know, it's neat. But yeah, that's wild. Going back to what I was saying, uh, right, buying in Japan is way more cost effective for me for many reasons, but like that's the main reason. The amount of discount that you get is crazy. You go from 3K for a computer to like basically 1.6. So it's almost half the price. And if I bump things into higher tiers, I'm gonna get so much more discount basically overall just because of the yen being so bad. So yeah, that's a that's a very interesting thing. This one was good. It's something that I'm trying to do as well. People have been asking, how the fuck do you do this? And I tried to do this. It doesn't work. It does work, but it doesn't work. The reason why I'm saying it doesn't work is because of this section. Um, all of that, these errors right here of can't like basically can't satisfy, what's the word? It's not this one. Um, basically there is like two condition that needs to be true at the same time, and it can't happen. And apparently this is due to the spacing spacer thing. So I need to make sure that I figure out how to do this, because right now the thing that I have doesn't work. It's really bad. So yeah, I haven't used the kind.search yet, so we'll see soon. But yeah, goddamn, I need to pee again. 1 second. Anyways, so yeah, that will happen at some point. But then, I mean, buying a new computer, a new phone, rent, food, cakes, all that, it's costing a lot. So I might have to wait. I might have to wait a bit more. Um, and buying things on Black Friday, going back to what triggered me saying I will buy things in Japan. Buying things on Black Friday is not necessarily like a good deal anymore. I mean, for me, I haven't seen like a lot of deals that are good and like really good. I bought like these things for half the price past months. These are good. Uh, you don't know what it is. And it wasn't like a Black Friday deal, obviously. So, sometimes things happen. We like when things happen. So yeah, that's a pretty good thing. We'll see when that happens. But yeah, other than that, you know, good stuff. Going back to that, Stony, even though sorry, that's a wrong key. Well, that's gonna work. The B-roll app that I was talking about last stream, I'm currently using for TV show tracking and so on. Um, the interface is giving me things that I've been talking about for you specifically. Um, and like the where to watch things. I don't know if Just Watch is free. I forgot. I think you told me, but I forgot, obviously. Um, it's a pretty good, overall, it's a very good app. It's working and it's giving you everything you need. However, I need to contact them because they have like a bit of a glitch. They have such a small, it's such a small glitch. If I click on the eye right here, look at the logo, the Breaking Bad
Busterski
logo.
13 is now following.
Buster Ski or Buster Sky, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome on in. Look at the logo. Look at what is about to happen. Obviously, when I'm doing that, the only one that I'm marking as watch, it works, but like when I'm moving. Basically, the issue that we have is that the current state of things makes, god damn it, and what that I haven't seen. Freeman, I haven't seen the entire thing. The I for C has an overshoot for visual alignment, which makes a lot of sense. But it ended up being something along the line of 42 points in height, where the regular button is going to be 40. And so when we are marking things as everything is watched, the button that is remaining, the watched button, is now 40. And so the entire thing at the top is moving down. So in order to fix this, this button right here needs to take some sort of a padding of 1 pixel around in order to not have some layout shifting. It's a subtle thing, but yeah, also that we already have everything. Is it because I'm on my phone? I guess it's because I'm on my phone. But yeah, that's an interesting thing. Interesting detail that I need to contact the creator because I'm on test flight here, so I need to give that as a feedback. But yeah, they're doing a pretty good job at giving us like the content, the ID, the things, and so on. Just Watched right now is doing something that is basically an API to define like where things are currently. So if I'm looking for something to watch, I can just take a look and see where it is available. So if I'm into, I don't know, Avatar, for example, I can see that through this, I can see it through Disney Plus or through Apple TV. And then there are other options on other platforms and other things that could be available and useful for me and friends. So that is a way or one of the use cases of Just Watch to just define where things are accessible and useful and visible and readable and whatever. So that's the plan. But also this is very French. Goddamn. Goddamn. Like I need to watch this season 3, for example. Like this is the thing that I haven't watch just yet. I know it's only on Netflix, for me, but it could be somewhere else. It's not. So, you know, that's what it does. That is what it does. Anyways, I've seen things. I've seen a lot of people implementing a lot more 3D lately in their logo reveal website and other things, which is interesting because this is something that we have done some years ago and then we removed, and now we are bringing it back, and we're probably going to remove them really fast. So I don't know. It is trendy. I agree with that. So, I, goddamn, I don't know what would happen, how it would happen, why it's happening. All I know is that we had that before. We already went through the 3D craze of implementing like really interesting and cool 3D icons, 3D elements in your website, and so on, and then it died down really, really fast. I don't remember why it died down so fast, but it kind of did. So, yeah. Um, it's I would say it's a very common thing right now to, um, that's a thing. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna be more better this time around or not. I doubt it because I'm biased on this for reference in previous experiences, but we'll see. There are a lot of things that could happen. It could be good. The thing that I'm seeing as well is like WebGL, but also like shaders overall, like this, for example, are way more popular than usual. So, um, that's also true. Yes, that is also true. To be checked, though. There is like a ton of really good options and rendering of 3D. But yeah, that's an interesting thing. We didn't really talk about it. I like this one, but we didn't really talk about it. That um is Adobe, and I'm expecting Figma to do the exact same thing. I'm kind of sad about it, but not at 300 bucks for the Figma stocks. But um, I'm expecting the Figma to do the exact same thing. Basically, have like a rebound to, I don't know, 120, 157 something, and so yeah. And that's also true. I don't really see interactive WebGL. Um, so yeah, Trade Republic is good. Obviously, I'm biased. I have my own um, link. If you don't have an account yet, um, use that. Absolutely, do that. It's good. It's good. It's good. You click that link, you get $10 for free. When you spend $10 or $100, I forgot how much you need to spend, but you need to spend something to get something for free. So, I think you get, I mean, I got Netflix $10 related off Netflix. So, um, um, but yeah, it's pretty good. Obviously, I'm biased on this one. The native one that you have inside of your bank is going to be good enough as well if you just want to have that. It's just more complex potentially and less separated. So based on what you can do and how you like things, doing everything in Revolut or in N26, which is my bank account, or anything else would be fine. But yeah, get out. That hair was tingling in my nose. Um, that's neat. I also do only baby investment. I mean, nowadays I don't think it could be considered as baby investment anymore because uh, basically I started to invest on my own. Sorry, let me rephrase that. I started to save on my own at 18, kinda. Um, roughly, like my dad basically opened a bank account for me at 16 or something because I needed to be outside of the house. And so I had the bank account, and then around 18, I decided or started to do things, um, and just put like $25 um, on the side every month. Like just whoop. If I need something, like if I need to eat on one specific day, I can just have like these $25 for the use case and so on. And so I did that, and then the 25 turned into 50, and then turned into 150 and 300, and now they are like at 650 per month that I'm putting on the side in investment account. So it's not much, but it's much better than when I started. Um, so yeah. The thing is, right now, most of the things are gonna not be so good based on what we are seeing. There is a very high probability of everything just crashing down again. So we'll see. um, that's yeah. I mean, crypto is kind of wild. I exited at the right time, to be honest. Before friends decided to put in place some laws that would have made me pay some taxes. And yeah. The thing that I'm like, I mean, I'm telling the same story every time because it makes sense, and it's the best story that I have about crypto, because it's one that happened. Um, at a very specific time in 2021, there was a lot of shitcoins coming up, and I was flipping shitcoins at some point for testing and attempting. And one of them looks interesting for no fucking reason. I don't know what happens, but I don't know what my brain said on that day. And I had like leftover crypto on my wallet in Chrome on that computer, previous one. Leftover crypto. And it was roughly $20. So I put 14, 1 4, $14 in that crypto shit coins, whatever. And the next day, these $14 turned into 40K the next day. And and then the entire thing got rug pulled entirely, and I got nothing out of it. But goddamn, did that spike was impressive. I couldn't extract like and uh change or exchange the crypto for a more valuable one. Couldn't have happened. So yeah, if I had known. I don't know. I think you might be in the camp of right now, I don't have the money and I don't necessarily need it, but if I have it, I would probably just spend everything and spend way more than I have. Are you on that camp? That's probably the case, based on how you said it. That because I know that feeling of yeah, having 40K up would be like, oh, I have money now, I can spend stuff, and then in reality you don't, or you have much more than expected, and so your budget is going out the window. But yeah, that happens. Um, I don't think I have anything left though. Um, I don't think, yeah. Most of these are going down anyways. Like none of them are stable enough anymore to, be good. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's true. That is true. That's a that's a thing. Also have something that is kind of similar right now. If my like if my personal company is making a certain amount of money per month, some of the benefits that I'm getting right now get canceled. I forgot how much it is, but it's not that much. Like, I think if I go back to 2K in 1 month, it would probably just disqualify me for that benefit, which means that the next month when I'm getting nothing, it's not going to go through. So I would need to reapply and so on. And that paperwork is the same thing, going to take like 2 months to arrive. So there would be like a month of delay. Um, but yeah, I get that. That's kind of sad. Good thing is, I don't need to declare anything until January. So anything that I'm making right now can be just stashed and saved and put on the side. And because of the way that my company is set up, I can spread it out across multiple months. And also expenses are not counted. So if I buy a new computer, for example, it's spread out across multiple months or in 1 month to say, well, I made 8K this month, but I spend 4K this month or 5K for the computer. So I basically just make 3K. And then I have like my subscriptions that also take like, I don't know, $500 maybe, that are necessary for my business and so on. So yeah. Um, yeah. I mean, gold is kind of also interesting, specifically right now. It's going up for no fucking reason other than China is buying everything, which is pretty cool. I do like that. And most of my beneficial investments right now have been in Chinese companies. So, yeah. Yeah. I I've always said that I'm not really, I mean, I'm not really against taxes. I think it's pretty good when the taxes are used properly. And so when I'm seeing what I'm paying in taxes in France and what is coming, what it's used for, kind of sad about it, but also uh, the medical attention that I need for everything that I have is free because, uh, France. So I I'm fine with it. Yeah, I mean, uh, if I had known in August, that's crazy, though. That's already pretty good. That's already pretty good. Not gonna complain there. I don't think I would have access to my wallets on there because it doesn't make any sense. But yeah, God, that's a wild spike, to be honest. Um, the good thing, Krosky, the good thing about this as well, even though that it doesn't really matter, but it, these are unrealized gain, depends on where you are and how you live and so on. But because these are calculated as unrealized gain until you basically sell them, you are not taxed on your unrealized gains, depending on where you are and what you do. Still. So that in 2022, it was a 10. God damn. That's a lot. That's a lot of change. Holy shit. So yeah, that's a thing that is also good to know that even if you had like crypto or something that made you $90, $80, 1,000 or something, you could just use that to just take out 1,000, take out 500, take out something every month, or you know, small amounts, not much, not enough to trigger the whole system again of, oh, you now have money that's coming in, cool. You don't need all of these benefits, all of these things now are not for you. So that's a thing that is good to know and potentially useful as well. To just know that sometimes, not necessary. But yeah, it's overall, it's investing is a good thing for the long term. But then again, in the current market and in everything that we have, investing is not necessarily the best option if you don't have the money to spend. Like, one of the things that I learned really early in some of my accountant friends, and my dad and so on have told me in the beginning was investing is gambling, right? So most of the time it's going to be positive, but you're not against like it. It's not unprecedented to have everything just crash down and go back to zero or to be in the negative. It happens. So the probability of like you losing everything is small, but it's not impossible. Therefore, everything that you invest is money that you don't need. So if you are living on your last $100, for example, and you decide to invest 50, that is dumb. Don't do that. Because there is fees into the investment and there is fees into the taking out. And so if you just put it in, take it out, that sounds kinky as fuck. You are still paying like fees and so on, so you are losing some money. And so anything that you put into investment, into crypto, into whatever, is 100% something that you're willing to lose and not have. And then if it makes some profits, that's beneficial, but like you don't have it. It doesn't exist. So the best option for you is to, or at least for your brain, is to set up something that is automatic. Yaron, hi, welcome in. How are you? Good job. Um, and and then just just wait. So for me, for example, I have um $650 that is coming out of my account, going into the investment account every month. And then in my investment account, I have almost so close. Uh, God damn. In my investment account, I have things that are set up on a weekly basis. So I have like 25 bucks of Xiaomi that is coming out, Apple is coming out, BYD, uh, some Chinese stocks and so on. And this is like on a weekly basis. And that's it. And I don't do anything. I don't have to do anything. The amount that I have saved that goes into my saving account every month is enough to just be automated. So as long as I have the money in my main account, it goes into the savings. I don't care about it. And so I can just go check here and there to see how much I have there if necessary. But the best option is to think that everything that is like leaving your main account, you don't have anymore. And then maybe one day you're gonna open your saving account and you'll be like, oh, damn, I have 15K. I have 1 million. I don't know. I doubt it. We'll see. But yeah, um, it was really close though. That's the thing. You were really, um, really close by in the dropping, but I doubt I will make it though. That, yeah, probably gonna end up in the same place. Yeah, see? Yeah, I did. Um, basically it's their automation things is really cool to give me the access to that. Let me see if I can just, you know, what I, bitch, what happened? Get out. um, yeah, I don't think this is gonna be helpful in any way, but basically I have these things that I'll set up in their saving plans, and so it goes every week, twice a month, or weekly, depending on how much I have, and then it's automated, so I don't have to do anything about it. It's pretty cool, pretty useful. Um, and you can change that by amounts. You can change that by share, which I would not necessarily recommend, because if the chair is changing prices and so on. But yeah, it's overall it's a very good system, and it just helps. The one that I'm kind of sad about, and the thing that I'm mostly seeing is, um, like, yeah, that value is really bad. When you look at things at a very specific interval, it's usually the same thing. Like, you look at your investment on a year-to-year basis. Most of the time, you're looking at your investment on a month-to-month basis. And so you end up with things that are not necessarily good or necessarily positive. And when you zoom out to the year, you're like, oh, cool, it's pretty good. Then you zoom out to the 5 years and you're like, oh, cool, that's so good. That's so much better than expected and so on. So, like that's the thing you can do. And, yeah, it's pretty useful. And the other thing that I have is the initial investment that is coming out of my account is something that is like a money transfer that is monthly based. So I don't have to do anything about it. It's just like my N26 account is doing that for me. And then my Trade Republic account is receiving that for me and partitioning things. So I don't need to do anything, which is pretty good. Um, you know, that's how things work. That is how things work. Or at least that is how things should work. But then again, investing is also a very capitalistic thing to do, which isn't necessarily a good thing. Codrin, hi, welcome on in. How have you been? How's everything? How's the day going? Yeah, goddamn, I'm tired. I'm so tired. But yeah, and again, going back to what you were saying, you said that you wanted to like invest more and so on. Again, I'm going to repeat myself from what I just said, but never invest anything that you need. Just invest things that you don't care about. So if it's like 20 bucks, invest 20 bucks because you don't care about these 20 bucks. If it's like 2K, invest 2K because you don't need these 2Ks. If you do need them, don't invest. Don't invest. Like, it, think about it as money you lost. Like that's the best recommendation I can give you is if I'm investing 10 bucks, I will never see them again. That's how I think about it in my head. And if I see them again, cool. If I don't see them again, I was prepared to never see them again. So, yeah. Um that could also be an option, but also um yeah. Gambling is sadly the quickest way, but also it's the quickest way in both direction, which is really sad. But yeah, no, every every single crypto investment, stocks market investment, um, whatever investment is money that you don't need. Um, like never ever attempt to invest money that you do need at that point or that would benefit you in any way in the next like 3 months, 6 months, whatever. Um, so yeah, but sports betting is kind of the same thing as gambling, and people are not like recognizing it as gambling. So yeah, it's really good. Um, I mean, we talked about that before. um, you know, we talked about that. Basically, the invest saving plans is dollar cost averaging system. So you invest at a very regular pace, and so regardless of the price, meaning that if it is specifically for stocks, if it is like cheap, you get more shares. If it is more expensive, you get less shares. And at the end of the year, usually you end up with more money than someone that just try to just buy when it's kind of low and sell back when it's high, because that's really complicated and you need to be really good. And that whole thing's the reference that we have every time, or the image that we take as a big reference is this one, where by simply investing every month the same amount, like, you know, um, you do monthly 8K investments, you end up at the end of the year to be at like 4.7 in benefits compared to the regular thing that just 8K here, small details. So that saving plan is a very useful thing. Um, and yeah, you could. The thing is, McDonald's and Coke and other big companies have pretty good stocks that are mostly stable. You know, like again, if you look at the day, it looks red. If you look at the 5 days, you're pretty good. You look at the months, it's going back down. You look at the year, it's kind of stable. You look at the 5 years, we're pretty good. You look at the maximum that they have, and if you invested $2 in 1991, you would have 8,000% on this, plus the dividends, plus everything. So it would have been impressive. Impressive. But yeah, there is like so many stocks options that most people are looking at here, and they're like, "Oh, it's down today." I'm like, "No, just move out to the year, move out to the 5 years, basically move out to the distance it is from where you invested first, and then you should be good." But yeah, so that's a thing. If you find like something like right now, for example, um I'm looking at this. I mean, my investment is Monster Energies, and Monster is weirdly enough really good. Um, I've been impressed. I, it's not my best investment, but Monster has been. Yeah, that's also a thing. Um, like I'm investing into companies that I am consuming from. So the ones that or companies that I believe in. So for example, in the car space, I'm not a car person. I'm not someone that has a car, and I'm not someone that will probably ever have a car. But BYD is a company that is like, I mean, in not Japan, but like in China, that is really good electric cars for really cheap. So you can get access to things that are really, really cheap. In the other one that I like is Polestar, and they are releasing like their new Polestar 4 and so on. These are extremely good looking cars, electric cars for my taste. They looks really nice, they seems really promising and so on. And therefore I kind of believe in that company. And therefore investing in there um makes sense to me. Same thing for Monster. I have been drinking. I don't drink anymore because the heart is dying. But I'm drink so many Monsters. I was like, you know what? Let me invest in the company so that basically everything that I've spent and I can make back. Yeah, it is not financial advice, but it is kind of, um, recommendation from someone to someone else. Yeah, so yeah, Polestar is one of them. I'm also like really interested in the other ones that I forgot the fucking name, but yeah, um, Rivian. Rivian is the other one that I like a lot. I like the UI. I like their website, and they are draining my wallet right now. um, Everything in their stocks is just going down, and it's really sad. I like their cars. I like what they've done, but that's it. Um, I haven't heard any news about Rivian being acquired, but if that's the case, that's pretty cool. Um, all I've seen is that on the year to date, we are going down, like, and on since I invested. uh, I wish it was like a more promising thing, but yeah. Mm, that's good. That's good indeed. Uh, Oh, so it's a joint venture, which is it's just not necessarily like an acquisition, but it's kind of is. Um, that could be interesting. Volkswagen have been doing like really good outputs um, in the past few months, years, I guess years now. So yeah. But then again, I'm not like a car person in the slightest, so I have no fucking understanding of what it is. Um, but yeah, that's interesting. Seat is an interesting, I mean, seat or Seat, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Seat is a very French pronunciation. Um, God damn it. Um, I again, I like how the cars look at times, and so if the car look good and the UI inside look good and the website looks good, and I heard about like I don't know the the boss or something, I might take a look and just get interested. I have never heard of Zika. Um, it seems again, um, it seems like a lot of yeah. I did the same thing. I mean, let me just let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can. Um, when I was in Japan and like my ex to at the time, uh, we were buying wine, and basically we were just buying wine based on the fucking bottle itself. And she likes to, take pictures of the bottles and so on. And so if it looks cool, I'm taking the bottle. And then I'm checking, like, was it good? Was it not good? Did I enjoy the wine? Did I not enjoy the wine? You know, it makes sense. If the label looks good, eh, eh, why not test it out? So it's the same thing for the cars. And like the Rivian is pretty interesting for how it looks and how electric it is, which makes sense. But then, going back to the initial point, investing in C4, which is the other drinks that I'm using or used to use, would have been much better, but they don't have a stock price that I can access. So I'm not doing that. And, Monster it was the best option. Celsius is the secondary option. But Celsius is kind of weird. I don't know. I have a bit of an issue with um, God damn it. Celsius is just like kind of the same situation where it went up crazy and then it crashed down and it's coming back up, but it's like really wild of a situation around here. So, eh. Other than that, the other one that I do like is the SU7 as goddamn, that's the wrong button. Um, oh no. Ah, I lost chat. That happens. Um, yeah, the last one that I kind of liked is what's the name? The SU7. So That, just like that. And I don't like them visually. That's the issue that I have with them. I don't like how they look. I feel like they are too sportsy for my personal liking. Um, but also I don't drive, so I don't care. And it's just based on the facts and the reviews and everything and the prices. I'm like, hmm, why not? So a lot of people have been comparing the cars as well, but it's just I don't know if I mean for me it's just like a car that looks like a car, and therefore I don't really give a shit. Like it's the same. That's a lot of goddamn. That is pink. That is indeed pink. I mean, you said it was pink, but goddamn, that's pink. That is a good pink. Damn. I don't know what that is. That is not my style. That is not my style in the slightest. But yeah, no, Xiaomi for me is like best option because as far as I remember, depending on where you are, right, and where you are buying the thing, you can get out of this for like 20K roughly. Um, that's impressive. the the BYDs, like some of their latest BYDs creation are 11K, which for a car is crazy prices, and for what it does is crazy prices. So yeah, and then again, based on like Xiaomi overall, I have so much stuff from them, and I've been following them for so long that I'm like, yeah, I trust them to do things that will be potentially less quality oriented, but safety and working would be there, and um, I mean, I don't know about the long term, and I just know that like the reason why Xiaomi is so fast is because of these bitches that just pop out of nowhere. You were not expecting it. Oh, a new factory. Chup, it's there. It's working. It's spitting out cars. It's like, okay, cool. Um, and the reason for that is basically the sum of the Chinese subsidies and all of the thing that is currently happening in the government just giving them money to, have stuff. But yeah, um, it is. The thing that happens that is really fun that I've seen is that BYD basically selling cars for 11K, really, like roughly translation and conversion and so on, made the Chinese government say you need to make your price higher. And they said, well, you're giving us so much money that basically it would make no sense for us to make it like more expensive in order to remain in the tax bracket thing that is in China. And so now they are getting less money and they are making the cars a bit more expensive. And it's just like, nah, cool. So yeah, I have seen like a lot of testers and other things from an interior point of view and a driver point of view, and most people are really pleased with most of the Chinese car. Um, but you know, I mean, I'm not common. This I think it's this one, or I forgot which one it is that has been compared to the Porsche one a lot. But then again, I'm never gonna have a car, so I don't care. I don't care. That's that's German speed. They yeah, Herbie. I don't know what that is. I don't think I have seen that. Um, yeah. Right now I have all the Formula One stuff on my feed all day, and I'm not like again, I'm not a car person, so it makes no sense, but goddamn, is it on my feed all the time? Oh yeah, dang. I've seen this in French, so it's been a while. Red, welcome in. How are you? It is an interesting, and there is, I mean, interesting movie, and there is Lindsay Lohan in it, so obviously I'm all for it, specifically at that time. Not saying that we had the same age, but we basically had the same age. um, so obviously up for it. Obviously, but yeah, yeah, he won again. Again, apparently. Um, like it's just, we'll see. One day we'll not. I doubt it. He's doing a good job though. Doing a good job. I'm really not into Formula One enough to know the rules, to understand the speed, and to recognize the qualities of the drivers, right? Um, but I've worked for Formula One in making pieces for the modders in 2013. So, mechanical engineer, me, worked for Formula One, still have no fucking idea what happened. Still no clue how it works, what should happen, what needs to happen. Um, it was just for the coolant injection, and I think for fuel as well. Yeah, we had some screws, specific screws for the motors. It was pretty cool. But that's it. That's the only thing, only link that I have with them, and I have no clue. So when I'm looking at the TikToks that are in my feed, it just looks like cars. That's it. I can't I can't judge anything, so it's kind of bad. But yeah, I don't know. I know, I know. That's the thing. Like it's just um like again, I don't have much like on other than my face, but that's gonna be titties again. Um yeah, I was right. Like that from that angle, right? From that angle, I understand the speed, but from the top angle, I don't. It seems slow. I know it's not. It seems slow, and I don't know. I I don't I don't know enough. I don't see enough. So most of the thing that I'm seeing are just like bang, and I don't fucking know what happened or why it happened. The only thing that I know is that most of you are into. I mean, not most of you, but a lot of you are into um that, and a lot of you are like also into cars, which is not my case. So, goddamn, I'm seeing my feed with all of the ads. It's crazy. Everything is French. That makes no sense. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it's just the ads. On my phone, basically, every time I see an ad that is French, I'm long pressing and saying, um, like, not interested or irrelevant. And because my feed is in Japanese, my app is in Japanese, and all of that, most of my content is Japanese content and titties, obviously. So, I don't have ads on my phone, which is kind of wild. But then I open it on the desktop and I just have ads all the time. So I'm guessing it's just a matter of potentially reinstalling uBlock or something. But yeah. Anyway, speaking of which, I feel like I'm gonna send you to Cat because Cat is more into F1 than me. That might be more interesting for you. I don't know what Cat's doing, but Cat's doing stuff. And yeah, um, I'm tired. As always. Thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciated. If you want to watch the VOD for some reason, it's going to be on YouTube. If you have a question and you want, to ask it, you just do that. I feel like my stream deck is not working. Join the Discord, maybe? God damn, this is not working today. This is not working. And yeah, that's not gonna work either. God damn. Learn Japanese, you know the usual. And then if you wanna buy something from me, that is a good option. That is a good option. Anyways, take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day, and so on. And I shall be back soon. I think. I don't know. Probably. No, I shall be back on Wednesday. Anyways, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. You know the drill. Bye.